Recording in progress.
Okay, Mayor, you can go ahead.
Madam Clerk, please start the meeting. We're good?
Yes.
I hereby call the Santa Ana City Council meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person or attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Lopez.
Here.
Councilmember Penaloza.
Present.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Fan.
Here.
Mayor Mesqua.
Present.
We have 5 members present. That is a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any additions or deletions to the closed session agenda?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Noting for the record that for closed session item number 2, Daniel Durham will not be present, so Acting Human Resources Director Lori Schneider will represent the city as its designated representative. And on Friday, May 17th, a revised agenda was posted, adding closed session items number 3 and 4 related to employment and appointment and labor negotiations for the city manager. That concludes my
Great.
report.
Thank you so much. Do any council members need to announce their abstentions in closed sessions? Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers for closed session items?
There are none.
Oh, my goodness. I apologize. At this time, we'll recess to closed session. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Madam Clerk, please start the meeting.
Yes, Mayor, go ahead.
Everybody here? I hereby reconvene the Santa Ana City Council meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. As a reminder, this is a meeting to conduct the business of the city. As mayor, I am afforded the opportunity to call for a recess or a break, or to even clear the meeting room if a meeting becomes too disruptive to properly conduct business. Warnings will be provided prior to any action. For everyone's safety, per the fire marshal, please do not stand or place objects in the aisles, in front of the dais, along the back of the wall of the council chamber, or in front of the entrances or exits. To ensure that all members of the public may watch and participate in the meeting without disruption, designated media areas for filming and photography are marked. If you have any questions, please see the city's PIO. Guidelines for members of the news media and anyone else who wishes to film or photograph the meeting information is available in the lobby. During city council presentations and oaths of office, guests of individuals being recognized are invited to come to the front to take photos. Madam Clerk, please conduct the roll call.
Councilmember Becerra.
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Present.
Councilmember Lopez. Here. Councilmember Penaloza.
Present.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Fan. Here. Mayor Mesqua.
Present.
The record show all 7 members present.
Thank you. Before we proceed to the Pledge of Allegiance, please make an announcement, Madam Clerk.
Yes, thank you. For members of the public who are on Zoom or the teleconference, to request to speak during public comments on agenda or non-agenda items within the city's jurisdiction, you must dial *9 or raise hand from Zoom now to be in the speaker queue once public comments commence. This does not apply to public hearing item number 28 or the Housing Authority agenda, for which comments will be heard during the specified times, and you will be notified. Accordingly, please hold your comments on those items until called upon. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. First item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Rudy, can you come up and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Rudy, very much. At this time, I'd like to call up Reverend Johnny Dunham Jr. for the words of inspiration. Sir, please come to the podium. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening.
Giving honor to God and to Honorable Mayor Mesqua. Thank you for the invitation. Honorable Mayor Pro Tem Pham, and distinguished and honorable members of City Council. I'm Reverend Johnny Dunning Jr., pastor-elect of Starlight Baptist Church, located at 1201 West 2nd Street, Santa Ana, California, and I am the successor of Reverend Anatol Ford Jr., the late Reverend Anatol Ford Jr., who served in this community as pastor and a citizen for over 50 years. And I'm thankful to be here tonight to be able to share with you some words of inspiration and to the public as well, the engaging public that's energetic, that's passionate. I also am honored to speak before you this evening. And again, it's simple. It's nothing different than what any others who have offered inspiration is. I just want to speak to love. We are in a very precarious and perilous time. Where we have a very angry and violent and divisive city, county, state, and nation. And the only thing that brings us together is love. For only love can drive out hate, like only light can drive out darkness. and it's love. And it's not just the love that everybody talks about. It's a distinct, different type of love, a love we call agape. And I'll read you some of the attributes now. Love is patient and kind. Love is not jealous. It does not brag, and it is not proud. Love is not rude. It is not selfish, and it cannot be made angry easily. Love does not remember wrongs doing against it. Love is never happy when others do wrong, but it is always happy with the truth. Love never gives up on people. It never stops trusting. It never loses hope, and it never quits. With that, I just want to have a brief word of prayer. Eternal God in heaven, we thank you for this day. Your providence and your will brings us to this place where we are to discuss the civic matters of the great city of Santa Ana. And right now, Lord, we just ask that you let love rule and prevail. I thank you, Lord, for those who are here on the dais, those who are here to manage the civility and the governance of this great city. I thank you, Lord, for their wisdom, but I not only ask you to give them wisdom for this meeting, I ask that you give them the lens of love so that their actions that they take not only see love as the means, but also the end. Lord, I also direct this prayer and I ask that you govern those who will come up here and speak, that they do it in a respectful and loving manner, respecting the decisions that have to be made by our leaders that you've appointed to sit in these seats. That they be respectful, though passionate, and be honest. Lord, let the love prevail that is selfless, that is purposeful, that it's willing, that it's sacrificial. Lord, I ask that you continue to bless and govern all that happens in this meeting today. Each agenda item that is discussed, let love be the rule. Lord, I ask that you also bless those who are in uniform, those who are here in this building, out on our streets, that are serving us to make sure that we're protected. Lord, I thank you and we ask this all. In the name of Jesus Christ, I do pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend. Madam City Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the City Council agenda?
Yes, I have one announcement. For item number 17, which is our amendments to on-call cabling services agreements, staff has removed the third listed contractor, Pratt Communications, Inc., from the item as requested by the contractor. And so that was not included any longer in your recommended action. So action on item 17 would exclude Pratt Communications.
Perfect, thank you. Councilmember Lopez, why don't you go first? You have two items here. Go ahead and go first.
The Public Works Division. Thank you. You can come on up. Oh, okay. Yeah, is she here? Oh, hi. Yes. Do you want to come on in? Come on, you've been up here before. Good evening, everyone. I am presenting two proclamations today. Both to our Public Works Division, one for Public Work Weeks, which we just celebrated this past weekend, and the other one recognizing May as National Bike Month. And we are here gathered to proclaim in honor of our city's Public Works Agency during National Public Work Weeks, which runs May 19 through the 25th. And this year, 2024, marks the 64th Annual Public Work Week, proudly sponsored by the American Public Works Association and the Canadian Public Works Association. And the theme for this year's Public Works Week is advancing quality of life for all, resonating deeply with the mission of our city's Public Works team, who consistently stand ready to serve the Santa Ana community. And as I have said many, many times before, there is no aspect of our lives that that our dedicated team does not touch or help improve in one way or the other. And our city's public works agency is the backbone of the city of Santa Ana, ensuring the smooth operation and aesthetic appeal of our city, from repairing roadways to maintaining traffic signals to maintaining water and sewer services, solid waste collection, recycling, graffiti removal, pothole repairs, sidewalk requests, park maintenance, and so much more. They also oversee capital improvements with versatility and dedication that are unparalleled. And I do extend my heartfelt gratitude to our division. They truly are unsung heroes in our community who, with unwavering resilience, ever saying we don't have enough money to do this, they get to work. And so it is really important that that the prosperity of the Public Works Department remains at the forefront, and I really appreciate all that they do for the well-being of our residents. And I've already given the proclamation to our director here, and so we'd love to hear a couple words before we move on to the May proclamation, the Bike Month.
Thank you, Council Member. Thank you for the Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council members for the support over the number of years. Public Works Agency, 300 employees strong, is happy and proud to serve the resident of the city of Santa Ana, and I can't be more proud. Thank you again.
So we are also declaring May as National Bike Month in the city of Santa Ana, and biking serves as an economical, healthy, environmental friendly form of transportation, contributing to improve air quality and reduce traffic congestion. Benefits of biking include biking friendly environments to foster improved health, well-being, and the quality of life amongst residents. Biking mitigates pollution, congestion, and road wear. And according to census data, about 20,000 of our residents don't own a car. So understanding that our working families and students rely on bikes as a form of transportation is critical, so that we can also invest in protected bike lanes. And that's why you always hear about the advocacy for the implementation of the Vision Zero plan, which helps reduce fatalities in our city. And what we learned through the last budget workshop is that the Public Works Department is actually working on helping to implement that plan to help reduce those fatalities in our city. And we really encourage all of you to consider about the pedestrians and cyclists when you are in your vehicles, to be mindful that you are part of a community that also uses the road, and they also have the right to feel safe when they are biking our public streets. So I hope that you'll help us embrace National Bike Month as an opportunity to celebrate the joys of biking, promote healthy living, and build more sustainable and vibrant communities for everybody here in the city of Santa Ana. And we're presenting the Bike Month proclamation to ETAC Commissioner Maria.
Thank you so much, Council Member Lopez and everyone here. I just wanted to remind everyone to take advantage of all the hard work the city has put in making the city safer through infrastructure. And if you see anyone riding their bike, make sure to share the lane, give them space, and try it out, especially in honor of Bike Month. And yeah, thank you, everyone.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited about this one because I love boxing. All right. We are going to recognize Officer Martin Gutierrez. Where is he? Come on up, Officer Martin Gutierrez. Let's give him a round of applause. Daniel, are you ready? Let's roll that video, Daniel. Come on up here. Let's show the public what you got. Come on. Go ahead, Daniel. Gentlemen. How are you? So good to see you. Of course. Wouldn't be the same without you. We know you don't have your uniform on, but that's okay. We won't hold it against you. All right, Daniel, when you're ready. We're going to watch him win this right now.
And yeah, it was just like, yeah, he won that round. You know, he won those fights. But
With UCA, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, definitely. I'm John Olson, a correctional officer at Avenel State Prison. Camp, it was a little rough this year. It would have been definitely fight of the night, no doubt. I mean, my favorite fighter, you know who it is. I already told you earlier.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are here for the UCA Super Cruiserweight fight. Martin Gutierrez out of the Santa Ana PD and Chris Sanchez, Tulare County Fire Department. I want to make sure that I say this on his behalf because he wanted to make sure that we get.
So Martin is coming off a win from Max Navarro about 2 years ago, 2022. And he received fight of a night. And this is one hell of a fight that we're seeing right now. Nice. That was nice.
Good job by Chris Sanchez, but it's being followed up by a left and a right hook.
Big shot landed by Gutierrez. Another big shot. Sanchez said, bring it on. Last 10 seconds. Both fighters giving it their all.
We have a winner fighting out of the blue corner, representing the Santa Ana Police Department. Give it up for Martin Gutierrez. There it is, Martin Gutierrez, your UCA Super Cruiserweight winner.
All right, great video. Come on up here, Officer Gutierrez. He doesn't have shorts on today. He's got a uniform. So Officer Martin Gutierrez embarked on his law enforcement journey with the Santa Ana PD in 2019. And in 2022, he was chosen to join the Civic Center Patrol team, who is behind us here. He grew up in Lemoore, did I say that right? Yeah. Lemoore, California, and is a proud alumni of Fresno State University, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in criminology. In addition to his academic achievements, Officer Gutierrez has demonstrated his prowess in martial arts, having wrestled through junior college and attained a blue belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Did I say that right? Yeah, I did, huh? Jiu-Jitsu. He took up boxing approximately 1 year ago, training at the TKO Boxing Club. I love it. Yay, TKO, right? Yes, let's give him a round of applause. Anybody here from TKO? No TKO? Woo, stand up, TKO's in the house. Stand up. Oh, okay, TKO Boxing Club. Okay, located at the Jerome Center in the city of Santa Ana. Beyond his combat skills, Officer Gutierrez serves as a trainer in the Santa Ana PD Defensive Tactics Arrest and Control, what they call the DTAC unit, and proudly serves as a member of the Santa Ana PD Honor Guard. And I witnessed the Honor Guard when I was in Sacramento with these officers. It was a wonderful experience to watch them proudly protect those officers and the memorial for our fallen officers. So thank you for your service, gentlemen. Civic Center Patrol Officer Martin Gutierrez is the boxer who represented the Santa Ana Police Department, winning his bout at the United Combat Association Central Battle of the Badges, which was held on Saturday, April 27th in Visalia, California. And then we already showed you the video. I wanted to do the video first to set the whole setup. So Officer Gutierrez, this is for you. And so I know we recognize Santa Ana PD for a lot of the good things they do, and they get awards for how many years and different teams. But the fact that you've taken it upon yourself to box and to represent Santa Ana PD all over, and I think you were one of his trainers, officer. You want to come up here? So, yes. So I think it's wonderful. So congratulations to you. So from the city of Santa Ana, we are giving you a certificate of recognition to Officer Martin Gutierrez in recognition of your victory in the United Combat Association Central Battle of the Badges and for your outstanding dedication, skill, and commitment to duty. Because I think sometimes the community thinks you guys just work and go home, and in reality, you work, you go home, and you represent Santa Ana PD in Baker to Vegas, boxing, and probably a whole bunch of other things that we don't know about. So this is to you from all of us, so thank you very much. Can I say a few words? Here you go.
Just thank you to you, Madam Mayor, and to the council, and a big thank you to the Santa Ana Police Officers Association for the support, and a huge thank you to TKO and the coaches over there and the staff and my sparring partners. So thank you guys, appreciate it.
He said it all. Thank you very much. We appreciate the support. He's a great athlete, and he's a pleasure to work with. He's a lot nicer than he looks up there, so I'm very happy with that. Okay.
A big thank you to my coach here, too.
Thank you, TKO Boxing, for sure.
Thank you,
POA,
TKO Boxing. So when's your next fight?
October 6th.
October 6th, where?
Ventura.
Too far for us. But if you want to go, and if they're providing a bus or a van to transport us, maybe you can take a jail van. We'll go with you. October 6th in Ventura, right? All right, good luck to that. Let's take some pictures. Thank you. Let's get it. I'm going to do one alone, and then I'm going to invite the council. Council, do you want to come down? Come on down. Can you see them? All right, thank you very much. You got it. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you for the picture.
Hi, good afternoon. I don't have a video, but I'd like to call up Luis Avila. Come on up. It's a good day because we're recognizing and celebrating some of the winningest Santa Ana residents, actually. So, hi, welcome. Your big stage. Now, he's in front of the camera instead of behind it or reporting. So, first of all, congratulations, Luis, because he was recently awarded the prestigious Mark of Excellence Award for Regional Political Reporting by the Society of Professional Journalists. Congratulations. So for those of you who don't know, the Society of Professional Journalists is the oldest organization in America representing journalists, and established in 1909. There are over 6,000 members, hundreds of chapters all across the country, and Luis was recently recognized, so we're really excited. So, this recognition is truly a testament to his exceptional skills, dedication, and integrity in reporting, making sure that our residents are not only informed, but they get the right information that's fair. I do have to say I'm a little bit I guess, biased, because I'm not a journalist, but I think I was your first interview as a student at Chapman University, and he recently interviewed me again as the last interview that you did. But he recently graduated last week from Chapman, and where are you headed next?
I'm headed to Palm Springs as a reporter.
So there you go. And so I wanted to present you with the certificate of recognition. I look forward to seeing you on the news, becoming our next Walter Cronkite or Barbara Walters, and then coming back and talking about Santa Ana. So thank you so much. Congratulations. Would you like to say a few words?
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Councilmember Fan. I see some familiar faces, Vasquez, Becerra, Lopez, who I've had the opportunity to interview also. I just want to say thank you to the people who are here supporting me. First, my family. This is really a recognition for you just as much as it is for me, because all the work, all the sacrifices you've had to make to raise me, my sisters. One of them is not here. She also has another award, so I guess it runs in the family. I have some teachers here, some Santa Ana teachers here to support me as well. Ms. Tran from Godinez High School and Ms. Whitmire from MacArthur. They've really helped shape the person who I am today. If it wasn't for Ms. Whitmire's class, I probably wouldn't consider reporting as a career, because I used to be very timid, very shy. But her public speaking class really helped me break out of that shell. I have my friend Sam, and I have a few watching on YouTube. That extra support, we've been on incredible adventures, and just people we can talk to. And I just want to say, being a reporter has really made me appreciate Santa Ana so much more than I already do. You know, there's many incredible stories here. You just got to take a little second to look for them. And I just want to end with some advice, especially for the young people here in Santa Ana. My advice would be to stay focused, try your hardest, and take advantage of every opportunity that comes your way, because just like live reporting, you only get one take. Thank you.
May I please invite your family, your teachers? Come on up. We'll take a picture together. Come on, don't be shy. Let's go. You're part of Luisa's success.
So now I can't invite Jade Morales up. I have to invite state champion Jade Morales to come up. You better get out of her way. She's a state championship wrestler, all right? Come on, Jade. So today Today we get to celebrate an extraordinary individual and recognize her incredible achievements in the sport of wrestling. Again, state champion Jade Morales. So we can't be shocked that she won the state championship as a member of the Santa Ana College's women's wrestling team, or Las Doñas. At Santa Ana High School, Jade was a two-time CIF medalist and a two-time Masters qualifier, and she also earned a fourth-place finish at the 2021 statewide invitational. So when Jade arrived at Santa Ana College, she immediately began to leave an unforgettable mark on Santa Ana's College's women's wrestling program. In her freshman year, she secured a remarkable fourth place in the highly competitive 3C 2A state championship. Now, it sounds pretty good, right? But she wasn't done. Win after win, Jade returned to the 3C 2A state tournament this year with her eye on the state championship. And in the championship match, Jade pinned her opponent in what, was it 2 minutes? 2 minutes, 22 seconds. So she gave her a couple of seconds, all right. So, but with that victory, Jade clinched the first ever 3C2A state championship for Santa Ana College in the 123-pound category. And she was also declared the tournament's most outstanding wrestler. So she dominated her opponents, again, not shockingly, right? But she went on to a 14-0 perfect record on the season for, I would say, a season that many are going to remember for years to come. Her performance at the state tournament was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Match after match, Jade showcased not only her technical skills, but also her strong will to succeed. From pivotal victories over tough opponents to her swift conquest in the championship bout, her ability to rise to the occasion culminated in a well-deserved title and solidified her status as a true champion. So Jade's impact extends far beyond her individual achievements. Jade serves as an inspiration to aspiring athletes throughout Santa Ana, proving that with hard work, resilience, and a dedicated pursuit of excellence, anything is possible, including that state championship, right? So as we celebrate Jade's accomplishments today, let's also acknowledge the unwavering support of Jade's coaches, teammates, family, and friends. And I don't see Dr. Neary here tonight, but we do have SAC's Vice President, Dr. Jeffrey Lamb. And then do we have Dean Andrea Peachy here tonight? Dean, thank you. And then, of course, Santa Ana College's Athletic Director, Mary Haggerty. Mary, thank you for being here. All of whom have contributed to Jade's success. So today I get the honor on behalf of the Santa Ana City Council, Jade, if you can come up here, I'd like to present you with the certificate of recognition to celebrate all of your accomplishments, including your state championship, and very importantly, for bringing prestige not only to Santa Ana College, but here to the city of Santa Ana. So Jade, congratulations. So would you guys like to come up here? Come on up, come on up. Is Xavier from here? Yes. All right. Come on up, guys. So while they're coming up, I'm going to put Jade on the spot for a second. I'm going to ask. So we talked about Santa Ana High School. We talked about Santa Ana College. What's next? What are you going to conquer next?
Well, I'm looking to commit to some colleges. I'm originally a history major, but I'm looking into political science now. Maybe I'll be a mayor. But that, for now, that's the plan, so I can further my education.
That'd be a heck of a match, huh? All right, let's all.
Okay, if we can please give Ms. Morales a big round of applause for making Orange County history. It's not every day you got champions making records like that. And so what a tremendous feat. We are honored to be here with our community to celebrate our residents. Today, May 21st, I have the honor of bringing to the front our neighbors in the Santa Anita community and the artists and volunteers that contributed to the restoration of the Santa Anita mural. If we can please bring up the leaders who helped make this possible, please come to the front. John, James, Ty, Brianna, Abram, Marina. Marina, your daughter, please. We want all of y'all up in the front. If we can also please invite Richard Santana with the Office of Supervisor Sarmiento as well. All right. Today, May 21st, 2024, is a monumental day. We are providing certificates of recognition to these outstanding leaders who not only represent Santa Ana, but Orange County as a whole. The contributions to arts and culture is something that Orange County is proud to represent. It is proud to bestow stories that are diverse, stories that are very much empowering, and stories that continue to inspire us. In 2022, a group of community members came together to find solutions to augment graffiti in urban neighborhoods. We have seen across neighborhoods like Logan, Artesia Pilar, Santa Anita, the Delhi community. Many of these communities have murals that tell our stories, but there's also writings on the walls that don't represent our stories, that families oftentimes feel unsafe or unwelcome when they see. And this brave group of people here, and there's a couple of folks that are missing, helped make a mural possible in the Santa Anita community. A community that is predominantly a Chicano community where we have seen a lot of young people fall through the cracks, a community where there has been gang violence, where some people didn't make it home, a community where young people have fallen through the cracks of the justice system. And those lives are just as valuable as the lives that are in this room here today. Because many of these people who fell through the cracks were young children. When this mural was brought to the Santa Anita community, it was a labor of love, an idea that was spawned by the very artists who are here. Abram Moya and Marina Aguilera are world-renowned muralists from the Orange County community, but they represent us across California, specifically starting in Santa Ana. Their advocacy that they did in the Santa Anita community brought James, it brought Ty, brought Brianna Negrete, it brought our community members together, Jonathan Williams, Marina Aguilera, and Abram Moya. And they helped tell a story that reflected the very community and the families that live in the Santa Anita neighborhood. When this mural was unveiled in 2022, it brought lots of families together. It told the families stories. It talked about the history of the Santa Anita neighborhood. And it honored Chicano families like Cesar Chavez, the Victoria Barrios family, and the Gonzalez family. Rest in peace to Big Joe Gonzalez, who was a big part of that mural. And after this mural was unveiled and instilled pride in the neighborhood, unfortunately, a few months ago, that beautiful mural located in the Santa Anita neighborhood off of 5th and Jackson was tagged on. It was defaced with graffiti, an act that saddened many of us who cherish this beautiful artwork. Despite this unfortunate event, it presented an opportunity for the community to come together, show our strength and our solidarity. Immediately after the vandalism was discovered, these artists worked hand in hand with the residents of Santa Anita. They immediately after the vandalism was discovered, brought numerous individuals together to help restore the mural. The outpouring of support from both artists and volunteers was inspiring and demonstrated how strong the community bonds are. I'd like to extend a heartfelt thank you to the talented artists who dedicated their time and skills to the restoration. These artists worked tirelessly, not only to repair the damage, but to enhance the mural's original beauty. Their creativity and their dedication to uplift impacted voices ensures that murals continue to be a source of pride and inspiration to all of us, no matter what neighborhoods we live in. Our community volunteers were equally essential in this restoration project. From donating funds, to coordinating efforts, to gathering supplies, their behind-the-scenes work was crucial. Volunteers came together, volunteers like Wally Gonzalez from the Santa Anita community. They came together to clean, prepare the site, and support the artists in various ways. The Office of Supervisor Vicente Sarmiento got involved and helped donate toward restoring this mural. Their hard work and commitment reminds us that community efforts can overcome any challenge. In closing, I want to express my deepest gratitude to everyone who contributed to this restoration. Your efforts have ensured that the Santa Anita mural will continue to be a cherished landmark for years to come. Let this restoration serve as a reminder that the power of the community can endure the spirit of adversity. We are a shining example of what happens when we encounter adversity. We're able to work collectively to overcome it. The artists are going to have an opportunity to speak, but before we do that, I want to recognize each one of them individually, because these murals are much more than just art on the walls. These are the hours, the labor, and the love of these very human beings who also have families, who also have food to put on their table, and who have their own respective stories. And so with that, I'd want to begin by acknowledging Tai Nguyen for helping bridge the gap between the API community and the Chicano community. Thank you for being a shining example, Tai. You inspire me, and I just want to say thank you for helping make Chicano history in the Santa Anita community. You are a champion to our people and to the Santa Anita community, and we celebrate you. Thank you. I want to also celebrate Brianna Negrete, a mother that has helped create murals across the city of Santana. Brianna, thank you so much. Thank you. I want to acknowledge the next artist that helped make this possible, a man who's being mentored by the very artists here. You can see his work all across Santa Ana. His mentor, Abraham Moya, has been instrumental in ensuring that this individual uses the arts to bring the Santa Ana community closer together. I'd like to bring James Rocha here to the front. And thank you for your service to the community. Thank you, brother. I want to acknowledge the one and only, from Articia Pilar, Santa Ana's own, La Artista Marina Aguilera. Thank you so much. I would also like to acknowledge a Chicano legend in the mural community, somebody with over 40 years of experience in creating murals all across California, and has helped mentor these very artists who are here with us today. It's not often that we get to celebrate our elders, and so this is a special opportunity for us to do that. Abraham Moya Jr. mentored these artists here, worked with Bert Corona, worked with Emilio Vasquez, worked with Sergio Cadiz, Chicano legends, and we have one in our own backyard. So Abraham Moya, if we could bring you here to the front. And we have storytellers who didn't write on that wall, but helped make sure that it was documented so that these stories are never erased and that they can be replicated in other communities that face similar challenges. I'd like to thank our brother in the struggle, Jonathan Williams. Jonathan, thank you. It truly is an honor. You have used your camera to uplift so many stories that have been disenfranchised in the Santa Anita community and the Santa Ana community. Thanks you, sir. I also want to thank our brother, Wally Gonzalez. He couldn't be here with us today, but I know Wally was instrumental in uniting all of these artists to serve the community. And so I want to give this to you guys. If you can please give this to Wally Gonzalez, because his family's legacy is respected and a big part of why that mural's there, as well as Hardeep Singh Ray. We also have a certificate of recognition for Joe Ginger Sonny, who was instrumental in helping, as well as Ruben Calderon. Ruben Calderon was helpful with restoring the mural. Edward Arriola was as well. So I'll leave this with us here. Edwin Socorro Calles was instrumental in helping as well. It was a labor of love. And last but not least, we have Big Joe Gonzalez, who passed away. And although he is deceased, he was a big part of why this mural was able to happen in the Santa Anita community. Big Joe is no longer with us, but his memory is always going to be celebrated in the Santa Ana community. This is a certificate of recognition for him, and I'm going to give this to you guys, and if you can humbly deliver this to his family. And in addition to that, we got to thank our partners who are from the community who worked with these artists hand in hand. They have been in the Santa Anita community for over 50 years. Griffin Hardware Co. They are not with us today, but let's please give them a round of applause, a local business. And without further ado, I'd like the artist to bless us with some words. So ladies first, Marina, if you want to take the lead on this, or you and Abraham, it would be an honor to hear from you guys as the artists. You want to take the lead on this? Perfect.
Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to say congratulations to Officer Gutierrez as being an ex-coach, boxing coach for the Anaheim boxing program. I know all the work and a lot of the stuff that they've had to do to train to go through some of these boxing tournaments. And those 3 minutes that they're up there, or for that whatever their round is, it is, pardon the expression, hell. But once they get training, and that's why they train so much, being an ex-boxing coach for Anaheim Boxing Club. But I'd like to talk about these, if I can, and I'll mention each individual real quick in here. First of all, I'll go down from here. We have James. James started out with us, but due to an illness, he had to pull out from it, working with the Santa Anita mural. But he was a great input into putting in with the design what we're going to have. Ty took time off from his school just to be there with us, to work with us. He has shown a lot of the work and a lot of the struggle that was going on in dealing and designing the mural and putting the colors. And he was a great inspiration to all of us to see him come in there and work with us. Bree, I have great respect for Bree. Here was a woman that was pregnant with her son, going up and down a scaffold, taking time to work on the Santa Anita mural and make sure that it came out beautifully. Then we have Marina, la artista Marina Aguilera, another one that was right behind me, pushing me all the way. And one of her things, her statements was, you move forward. And that's what we did. I'm sorry. This guy, Jonathan Williams, was living in Glendale, and he would drive all the way to Santa Ana or Santa Anita and take pictures. If you go into YouTube and you look at the video called the Santa Anita mural, he's the one that helped create that. That is a beautiful mural. It shows KABC participating in there. It shows the workers, and it shows all of us planning and working on that beautiful mural on them. I think that Santa Anita has over there is one of the most beautiful murals that you have in Santa Ana, and done by some of the best artists. I have worked with youth as an activist for over 50 years. And there's only one other group of young people that I've worked with that are tremendous, and these people here are tremendous. I coordinated this group to do this and work with them. These guys, it's like one artist stated, it takes a village. And yes, we did do it as a village, and we worked together. There's only one other artist that isn't here that I wish was, and he is coordinating one of the other major murals for Santa Ana. It's called the La Raza mural, and that's Roger Eyes Reyes. Roger Reyes is one of the other fantastic artists that have worked with us. All these young people here are some of Santa Ana's and Orange County's future and greatest artists. Please give these young people a great hand and a standing ovation if you can. They deserve it. Thank you. Y que viva Santa Anita.
Yes.
I just want to say thank you very, very much, everybody, for the inspiration, the community. Thank you very much for being part of this. It, like Abe said, it takes a village. I want to thank you, sir. I want to thank Supervisor Sarmiento. I mean, the association, the Santa Anita Association, everybody who participated. We thank you very, very much. All of us artists for keeping on and making it happen. Thank you.
And this is an important day because murals signify the fact that our stories belong in this city. And for a long time, this country was not receptive to the experience of Chicano people. But look at the Rainbow Coalition that we bring. This isn't just Chicano people creating art in these neighborhoods where people are experiencing hardship. This is a diverse Rainbow Coalition of people of all backgrounds who are coming together, and they're preventing graffiti, and they're not doing it with a gun and a badge or a bulletproof vest. They're pouring their hearts onto these walls, and that is how we're helping public safety in these neighborhoods that are impacted. And there is an artist who couldn't be here today, Roger Reyes. We do have a recognition for him, so I want to leave this with you guys. If you can respectively give this to Mr. Reyes, or we can happily mail this to him as well. And there was one champion I wanted to bring to the end of this presentation, and that is somebody who helped make this mural possible when he was our mayor. That is Vicente Sarmiento. He was at the mural unveiling when this mural was first brought to the Santa Anita community. He was a consummate advocate for the creation of this mural. And it's not often that our leaders get celebrated, but I, as a council member, recognize his efforts beyond being our mayor. When he became our supervisor, as soon as this mural was tagged on, he worked on the ground to make sure that we had a response. So I want to give this to Richard Santana with the Office of Supervisor Sarmiento, who represents us here in District 2. Please thank him on behalf of the Santa Ana City Council. Thank you.
I just wanted to say, hello? I just wanted to say thank you with all my heart, for making this happen. It took all of you and Supervisor Sarmiento for, putting it together and repairing the mural, and it's a beautiful thing. Thank you.
Just very quickly, on behalf of the Supervisor Vicente Sarmiento from District 2, we humbly accept your award. And as Supervisor couldn't be here this afternoon, he just wants to let the city of Santa Ana know that, he's very invested in arts and culture and really stands behind the Santa Anita Neighborhood Association, who does amazing things all year long, not just murals, but as far as food pantries and celebrations. And we're gladly to be here today to receive this award. Thank you so much, Councilman Jonathan Hernandez, for presenting us this certificate. We'll gladly post this in our building. Thank you.
I'd like to invite everybody on August the 3rd, the first weekend of the Chicano Heritage Month in August, to the art show that's going to be done by the Santa Ana College and myself, which I'm curating. It's called Los Veteranos de Arte. For those who don't know Spanish, the Veterans of Art. And it'll be at the Santa Ana College Gallery on August the 3rd. So you're all invited.
All right, thank you. Our presentations are now over, so we're going to go. Madam City Attorney.
Mayor?
I'm sorry, yes, sir.
If I can, just really quick, and just a comment to the acting city manager. For informational purposes, if you could send out an email. I know that we've had I'm not sure if it's an official policy of how many recognitions each council member could do per meeting, I know that Councilmember Becerra had 2 last meeting, and Councilmember Lopez had 2 today. And I know that in the interest of time, we want to make sure that we are consistent with how many recognitions each council member can make at each meeting, just so that we're not here for 2-3 hours before making the public wait for city business. So if we could get clarity on that and send it to all of us when you can, I'd appreciate it.
Definitely. Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, Madam City Attorney, do you have anything to report out of the closed session?
Mayor, council members, and members of the public, we had several closed session items this evening, from conference with council regarding existing litigation to labor matters, but we do not have any reportable action.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. So before we start the meeting, I'm going to cover something that's really good news, and then we're going to go into public comments. First of all, I want to thank our acting city manager, who has worked really hard on this. You know, he's been in the city of Santa Ana for 32 years. I get that right? So after 32 years, you develop some pretty good relationships. And so I really want to thank him for all the hard work that he's done on the information I'm about to share. And I do have the ability to share this as the chair of this meeting. And all of the city staff that helped him, Gaston, Sue, Public Works, Parks and Rec, Water Department, Community Development. So Congressman Correa, he has submitted a request to the House Appropriations Committee. And it's important that we share this because once it's approved, we're looking at, and it can change, but this is what we're looking at today. The Logan Center and Chepas Park redesign, we're looking at $2.5 million will be coming our way. PFAS treatment plant, I know this will make Caesar very happy, $5 million. Euclid Street multimodal, safety enhancements, $3.5 million. The Homeless Navigation Center improvements and rehab, $3 million. I just want to say thank you to the city staff and especially to our acting city manager. You moved very quickly on this. I know that you had I believe like 3 to 4 days to submit all of these requests into our congressman as soon as you were made acting city manager. So I really appreciate it. I'm sure the community does as well, because when we get those millions of dollars, millions upon millions of dollars, we can do some really good work here. So I just want to say thank you to the city staff. Thank you to you, Gaston, Sue, and to everybody that helped. And thank you, Congressman Correa. Thank you very, very much. All right, let's go on to public comments. It's the time of the meeting for the City Council to receive comments from the public on agenda and non-agenda items. Madam City Clerk, please explain the public comment procedures and call the first speakers.
Thank you, Mayor. Pursuant to Resolution Number 2023-047, speakers are requested to address the City Council directly and to refrain from profane language, racial epithets, and libelous or slanderous statements that may disturb the decorum of the meeting. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council may not enter into discussion at this time. Speakers will have 3 minutes for their comments. Before calling speakers, I'll report out on the summary of emails provided as of today at 2 p.m. We did receive 5 e-comments. 2 were non-agenda related, 1 on item 19, 1 on item 26, and 1 on item 27. Those were distributed to the City Council and posted to the city's website. We'll now hear from members of the public that are physically present in the chamber. Please state your name and the ward or neighborhood that you reside in for the record. I'll call 3 names at a time. If you could please line up in the aisleway behind the podium. Sue Pallick, Paul Sanford, and Melissa Aberto.
Good evening. Council, Sue from Ward 4. I see Councilman Hernandez is not there, but I'm going to speak to an empty chair just like I did the last time when I spoke to you at an empty chair. Councilman Hernandez, I have a question for you. I want to know what personal satisfaction you get when you don't stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. This act is dividing the city. I've heard us to protest the death of your cousin. I want you to think about something. When you leave the dais and refuse to stand for the pledge, you disrespect every mother whose child was killed in war defending freedom everywhere that flag was carried. You may argue your First Amendment rights, but there are moral issues that produce consequences. What I have seen is that you have dragged your ward down into your own personal war against law enforcement. And I want to know, are you using the flag to make that point? Mayor, I ask for a resolution that any council member who refuses to stand for the pledge be sanctioned and not be allowed to participate in council business until there is a sincere taking of the pledge. In my opinion, disrespect for the flag shows conflicted bias against our country and community and a violation of the oath of office and affects many decisions council members have to make. No one council member cannot take the oath. It's not a cart before the horse. Mayor, city attorney, and public, I don't feel Councilman Hernandez should be allowed to vote on any issues involving police because of his blaring personal police conflict of interest and related public conduct. We are about to remember our fallen soldiers on Memorial Day. Councilman, instead of giving you my back when I leave tonight for disrespecting my family and my country, I would rather sit down and have a conversation with you because we need to start the healing. Our flag does not fly because the wind moves it. It flies with the last breath of each soldier who died protecting it. That's from an unknown author. So I'm asking Councilman Jonathan Ryan Hernandez, will you now take the oath of allegiance to the United States of America because freedom is not free. I want you to come home. I want to say, may God bless America and comfort the Gold Star mothers and fathers. And I want to say, Brittany Griner is a female basketball star who went to, I think it was Russia, and she got caught with drugs, and she was thrown into prison, and the State Department got her back. And when she came back, she stood for the national anthem, realizing what this country means. Thank you, and God bless America.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mayor Amezcua, and good evening, council persons. My name is Paul Stanford, and I have the pleasure of living in Councilwoman Jessie Lopez's district, and she's done a great job for us in that district. I'm here to speak to you tonight about a couple of issues that don't have to do with my particular residence and such, but I want to just tell you a little bit about myself. I've been a resident of Santa Ana with my family for over 20 years. And I've been really blessed while I've been here. I've been lucky enough to serve on the Jack Fisher board, the voluntary board. I've served with the Open Garden Center, the Open Garden Day that we do in Floral Park, and along with the Floral Park Homeowners Association and the Home Show. Also been lucky enough to win a Mills Act for the Roebucker House. The Roebucker family was the original contractor on the Bowers Museum and the Segerstam House most recently, along with Mills Act on that and national notoriety. I don't tell you this to pontificate. What I want you to do is understand how committed I am to Santa Ana and why I'm here today talking to you. I've been lucky enough to be the CEO of Wincombe Hospitality. We're centralized in Orange County. We have hotels, restaurants, and office buildings throughout. And I've employed about 800 people for the past 30 years in Orange County, and really mentored a lot of our residents. We've taken a lot of young people, talented people, out of high school and out of colleges and given them career. Today we just hired Molly Dowdy's grandson, who's graduating school, UC Davis. Some of you know Molly Dowdy. She served on this dais and such. So, and there's many others. So I really want you to know that as I come to you to speak to you today, that it's really more just about what I hope for Santa Ana and what my commitment is to Santa Ana. Because sometimes when us middle-aged guys come up here in suits, we give a different message. This is all about Santa Ana and the community and what we do together and the history. And Councilman Hernandez, obviously very impressive today, and thank you for doing that for you. So I am CEO of Wincombe Hospitality, and it is a lovely company. We have the Avenue of the Arts Hotel in South Coast Metro areas, Silver Trumpet Restaurant. And I'm here to speak to you about the South Coast Metro area because I really believe in what we have in Orange County for the dream of the future. And specifically, I'm talking about the related Bristol development. I'm a developer. I've built many hotels, and I believe that we have to be able to invest in our communities and give our young people hope and future for what comes up, and give hope to the families and such. I've studied the related Bristol development in detail. I'm not involved with it at all, but I think it's an...
Paul, your time is up.
Oh, okay. I'm going to ask you to support bringing the development.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Thank you.
Melissa Alberto, followed by Ken Batiste and Mark Lopez.
Good afternoon, everyone. Councilmember, Mayor. This is my third time going up. My name is Melissa. I live on Greenville Street. I did go to a local high school here in Santa Ana. I'm here to talk to you guys about the issues we're having with the fields going up. It is kind of unfortunate that nobody sees the talent and passion that goes into these kids. Just like Jade Morales, we have lots of kids that have gone out and won national titles in different states. Kids have gone out to different countries to represent your city. And it's absurd that I have spoke to Claudia Perez on the phone, and she has told me to email her and CC other people as well. And I also wrote back a follow email to get a meeting with the mayor, and we have received nothing. Yet again, it feels like we are talking to a wall. It feels like we are unheard, like our youth has nothing and is not important. I want you guys to please pay attention and acknowledge how much this has affected your youth and how much it's impacting everybody around them. Thank you for your time.
Ken Batiste, followed by Mark Lopez and Aaron Leal.
First thing, giving honor to God, those on the diocese, that's serving the God of the people. Government of the people, by the people, for the people. Our government is in peril, and it's because of, not of our government, it's because of the people in the government and what they're doing or not what they're doing to go ahead and deal with everyday problems that our residents are going through. Homelessness. First time I was in here, I was in Judge Carter when we dealt with the homeless when we had another mayor. I want to say, Santa Ana, I'm a homeless advocate. We feed more people in the city of Santa Ana than any other city in the county. Mayor, you have a reputation as being a gun shooter. My point is this right here. There shouldn't be so many homeless in your city, but because of the way that the jail system is, they get released right here. They go down to San Juan Capistrano, they write them back up, they get released back up here. They go back, they come back. After a while, what do they say? We stay. Sue the Board of Supervisors. Make them take them back. They bring them here, make them take them back. Let the whole county deal with the problem. Now, let me get to what I'm here for. Cry to people. I'm gonna make this real quick. The cultural, Juneteenth, it's a cultural thing. That would be like me going ahead and accepting for something for Cinco de Mayo. It's a disrespect to give it to another group that is not black, especially to give it to another group that is white. It's like giving the whip to the slave owner, of the slaves that did not know for all those years that they were free. Your cultural council has been here all the time before this meeting. Let me go ahead and put this down. I have nothing to do with them. I've never been to a meeting. I'm not part of the council. I'm just a person for right. Right is right. Another county, you gave it to a person, a group in Riverside County versus people right here. The details should get out. The only reason I say that, because what happened when the black media picks up on this? Steve Harvey in the morning show, Big Boy, Dr. Rashid Ritchie, The Joy Reid Show, Ralph Abernathy, all of them, what would they be saying? My point is, true representation.
Ken, your time is up.
True love. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. I'd just like to make a quick analogy about a serious problem we have here in Santa Ana.
Sir, can you bring the mic down?
Oh, I'd just like to make a quick analogy about a serious problem we have in Santa Ana. Well, a few months ago, some of the council members made a resolution to have a ceasefire to a conflict overseas. Well, I think based on the problem here in Santa Ana, we should have sort of like a resolution to have the ceasefire with the illegal fireworks in Santa Ana, because this is what happened last night. It starts early. These are illegal fireworks, man. To me, I'm back in the comment zone. It's like mortars going off. And it's almost like a war zone here in Santa Ana. I mean, you want to have a ceasefire over there, let's have a ceasefire of this, because this is very bad. I've been in the comment zones that have blown up mortar rocket attacks, and this is what it feels like, and it starts early every year. And downtown on the 4th of July is like a war zone, so maybe we could address this. I'm trying to form a new community advisory team in Ward 2 where I live at. A lot of the residents feel we're tired of this. I know we can't solve the problem in all the cities, but maybe focus on Ward 2. I think we have a lot of support of individuals to stop this. I think we might have to be more aggressive with guns and badges, but hey, I carried out foreign policy on behalf of the United States with M16, so it does work. So they have to be more kinetic. So if you can help out Ward 2, get on to address this issue, because unfortunately, sort of people lost their way about July 4th. To them, it's about blowing up stuff, you know what I mean? And this is what I had last night. We do have a serious problem. Hey, make a resolution. Let's have a ceasefire against our little war in Santa Ana, because it's been ironic. You have a ceasefire war overseas. Over here, it's like a ceasefire. Yeah, a lot of immigrants come to this country, experience that. They don't want to come here and experience that. And kids shouldn't be used to this. I seen the cries of kids when I was in Iraq and Afghanistan, Mr., help us. And just the fact that, you know, the irony of that, you want a ceasefire there, well, spent 4th of July, July 4th. And I find it very irresponsible for this council member to say, well, it's a culture thing, is that thing to make money. Please, let's get this done, because we want a new rep for Santa Ana. I'm excited about 4th Street. And I think, like I said, come to Ward 2, I got the support there. I think it can be done. It might have to be a little more aggressive, but that's what it takes. That's what it takes, because the old carrot and stick approach didn't work, and now you have to, like diplomacy failed. Now it's time to blood the big sticks out there. This could help a lot, man, especially Ward 2. Come there, Ward 2, fix it out there, and see how big the problem is, because this shouldn't be like a war zone over here, man. I have PTSD from the comments, and it's a shame that you can't celebrate being home because of this stuff, you know what I mean? And the fact that these people have the audacity just to light in the street and leave, no repercussion when it happens. You know, do you want to be the typical story until somebody gets killed, then you address the issue? So like I said, maybe a resolution ceasefire for all this illegal fireworks and focus on Ward 2. We do have the support there, man. There will be no repercussions, no pandering, no this and that. A lot of people want it done, but they want somebody out there to make the forefront of the issue, man. So I really would help that Ward 2 this year. Have the police come out there. We got their support, and I do it every year. Pass out flyers. I'm out there doing it. So, but I think focus on Ward 2, just the fact that we're close to Santa Ana, and it could help a lot, because a lot of people are going to Santa Ana. They haven't seen this. They haven't been around for this, so it might turn off a lot of people from coming here. Thank you, man. Well, unless you want to keep this, check it out. So, maybe. Okay, thank you.
Aaron Leal.
Hello, Madam Mayor and honorable council members. My name is Aaron Leal. I'm a representative from Alzheimer's Orange County, and we're headquartered down in Irvine, California. Alzheimer's Orange County has been working in Orange County since 1982, supporting families coping with all forms of dementia, as well as helping to expand the knowledge of professionals and working to fund research until there's a cure. I'm here this evening to let you know how much we appreciate your continuing support in combating this difficult condition, which robs patients of their minds and their memories, and devastates families emotionally as well as financially. More than 164,000 people in Orange County today have either Alzheimer's disease or mild cognitive impairment. It's the 6th leading cause of death in the United States, 3rd leading cause of death here in Orange County. And approximately 50% of us who reach the age of 85 will have dementia. Alzheimer's Orange County is your locally governed, community-based organization that's been helping OC families since 1982. Every dollar we raise here in Orange County stays here in Orange County to provide free and locally responsive services to our constituents, such as over 40 support groups here in Orange County, of which we served over 2,500 people who attended our groups, as well as education for healthcare professionals, family caregivers, and the community, of which over 10,000 people attended last year in 2023, as well as a telephone helpline staffed by clinical social workers who are dementia care specialists for family and professional caregivers. In our helpline, last year we also served around 5,000 people. We also operate 2 adult day healthcare centers, Health Aging Center Garden Grove, or Health Aging Center Acacia in Garden Grove, and Health Aging Center Laguna Woods, of which we were able to help 400 participants stay and age at home with their families. Alzheimer's disease and related forms of dementia are not normal aging, and we must do all that we can to end dementia, or it will be the defining disease of the baby boom generation. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, there are no Zoom speakers, so that concludes the public speakers tonight.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. At this time, consent calendar items 6 through 26 are before us. Council members, please announce any items that you will be abstaining from due to conflict, and if there are any requests to pull an item from the consent calendar at this time. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll make a motion to move the consent calendar.
Thank you. You have any items to pull, sir?
No.
Councilman Becerra.
Only one. I'm going to be pulling item 14.
Thank you. Councilman Vasquez. Thank you. Councilmember Lopez.
No items, and I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Penalosa.
I also wanted to pull item 14, Mayor, and item 23.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Nothing to pull, and just a recusal on item 15, as the cities of Anaheim and Irvine are clients of my employer, Rattan and Tucker. So if it is pulled, I will leave the dais for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's been a motion and a second. Let's vote, please.
Mayor?
Yes.
Excuse me, sorry. Also, item,
No, you had your chance.
no, I had it circled, I just don't know where it went.
Thank you.
Never mind, go ahead.
No, I was kidding.
Oh, yeah, 20.
So we have item 14, item 20, and item 23. Perfect. Madam City Clerk, you have that?
Yes,
Okay.
Mayor. The motion to approve the consent calendar with the exceptions of item 14, 20, and 23 pulled for separate discussion. Noted recusal by Mayor Pro Tem Fan on item number 15, moved by Councilmember Hernandez and seconded by Councilmember Lopez.
Let's prepare to vote, please.
Councilmember Vasquez. The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Madam City Clerk, it looks like we're appointing Corey Sams for a full 4-year term to the Workforce Development Board.
Yes, they take care of those oaths of office directly at the
Perfect.
Workforce Development Board.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to confirm. Go ahead, Madam City Clerk.
So the first item pulled is item number 14 by Councilmember Becerra.
Thank you. So this item is to award an agreement with Outdoor Dimensions for digital marquees. And this is coming to us from the Revive dollars that we had from COVID. First, I want to thank staff for getting this to us. This was something that, because of COVID, we saw as we were exposed as a city when it came to how do we communicate with all of our residents. Email works for some, social media works for others, but we saw that sometimes just good old-fashioned knocking on a door or something out in public. And so these marquees, God willing, we're not going to see another pandemic in our lifetime, but for whatever other information that we want to make sure gets out to the community, I think these are going to be very helpful. Having said that, though, one thing that I think we as a city need to get better at, and that is, I appreciate staff's passion and enthusiasm to get things to us right away, but let's get community input on these items. And what I mean by that is, for instance, I want to thank Paul for sitting down with me and walking through the designs of each of these. But, one thing that was missed, especially on the one in my ward, is the location was off. And what was described to me was it was more convenient to place it where it's being suggested. But in following up with some of the folks in my community, they're more, I would say, more insistent that it be closer to Segerstrom and Bear. As far as the design, I would like to get more input from my residents because, as Hawk knows very intimately with Parks and Rec, that there's a lot of concern in that community when it comes to activities in the park. And seeing a new sign over there, I think, will be very welcome. But I think it's important that we get input. And I would say as I'm advocating for Ward 4, I can't believe for 1 second that my colleagues wouldn't want that same opportunity in their wards for the marquees that thankfully staff was able to distribute evenly throughout each of the wards. So I'm in support of the agreement tonight. Outdoor Dimensions is a known entity, so I'm happy to support this item, but with the caveat, or I'm sorry, with the condition that the community meetings are held in each of the wards where the marquee signs are going to be located. So for instance, in Ward 4, I would want a community meeting that would encompass the adjacent areas to Thornton Park prior to any installation. So that would be my motion for tonight.
Councilman, I'll second your motion, and then Mr. Acting City Manager, I'd also like to support Councilor Becerra on community engagement. As you know, I believe for all of us up here, not speaking for anybody, so if you disagree, please state. But it's very important to us to engage with the community and to hear from them, and so I support his motion 100%. And could we have a timeline of, like within the next 90 days, you complete engagement for those locations? I believe there's 6, how many locations? 6?
6, I believe.
6 locations, and so if we can do that within 45 days, is that 90 days? What is your timeline?
Yeah, let's do for 30 to 60 days. If we can do it sooner, even better. And so definitely we'll coordinate the community input so that we can effectively, I mean, we have clear dimensions what we need, but maybe location and that kind of aspect, we can have better input from the community. That's fine.
Yeah, his motion was approving the dimensions and what the work, it's just the locations and the community engagement. And there may be some change to a location.
So my motion is just to have the community engagement, in which I want input solicited for design and the exact location, because in Ward 4, I'm very happy with it being located at Thornton Park. I think that's going to be a great location, but I think what was shown to me may not be the ideal location within that park, but I want to also have the community give input so that they can share with staff what they think as well.
Understood. We can do that.
I know, kidding. Okay, so Councilman Penalosa?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilman Becerra, for those comments. I am 100% in agreement. And thank you, Paul, for reaching out to me. I chose not to just because I went through the staff report and I already knew the questions I was going to have that I know weren't in the staff report or taken into consideration, mainly the location of these digital billboards. This goes back to 2020 when we were having issue getting messages out to the community. How can we do that, right? So we got a whole bunch of money from the federal government, and one of the directions was to look into putting these digital marquees. Why it took 4.5 years, I don't know, but it is what it is, and we're finally here. However, the questions I had, Acting City Manager Nunez, was on the locations, the outreach that was made. I know that one of the sites identified was Delhi Park. And this is coming from somebody that, I bought a humidifier recently and I put a tape over the off light at night because I can't sleep with that light in the corner of my room. So when I look at the location at Delhi Park, it's facing houses on the north and houses on the east. I look at areas like Madison Park, for example, that has more traffic than Delhi Park along Ettinger and Standard. That's facing a gas station, a tire shop, that corner, a strip mall. I guess, Mike, I want to get clarity on how were these sites identified? Because if we're talking about traffic and high visibility, the corner at Madison Park would make more sense. However, so can you guys answer those questions?
Sure, thank you very much for the question, Council Member and Mayor and City Council. So we did a very rigorous process in identifying all the locations, working with Parks and Recreation as well as Public Works to look at what would be the best location within our parks and distribute it throughout the city. As well as looking at the traffic data to have both a good park location as well as the high traffic areas on nearby streets. And then the location specifically within the parks came down to a lot of issues of the engineering needs, the electrical needs. There were some locations where we had looked at one spot within the park originally, and then once it was looked at more closely with the contractor and with Public Works, we determined that it was more cost effective within our budget to locate it slightly in a different location because of electrical connections and other issues like that. And then also as far as your question about the light emanating from the signs, from the digital marquees, so it does have the ability at night to be dimmed, so to be still on, but it would be a low light, so it wouldn't be too obtrusive to the community, to residents nearby there.
I can still see that being an issue, even if it's dimmed. I know that I live up against Mater Dei's parking structure, and we asked them to also turn off the lights on that third floor because it was bothering the neighborhood at night, including myself. So even with the deflectors that they installed, it was still an issue, so they just turned them off completely. And I see this being a problem moving forward when these digital marquees do go or are installed. I don't want to be that city that puts in the digital marquee, and now we have residents in Delhi Park asking why there's a digital billboard across the street from their home blaring into their windows, because it's all homes all around it. Not saying that I prefer Madison Park personally, but I'm just saying if we're looking at traffic and the amount of traffic, it would make more sense to put it at Madison Park, and just because it's facing industrial corners. Not that I want that, but I want the communication to be done with the neighborhood before this contract is approved.
Okay.
The question I had, Acting City Manager Nunez, when is the deadline to be able to use these revived funds? I know it's, Catherine?
Yes, it's December of this year, 2024, to encumber it and then actually pay out the invoices by December of 26.
Okay, because I know that I am starting to see, there was a period where I didn't see any Revive Santa Ana contracts on our agendas, and now all of a sudden, going into the end of this year, middle of this year, we're seeing these contract approvals, which is, it becomes frustrating because now we rush things with no community engagement. Just as we would ask a developer that's coming in here to build a 7-Eleven or a whatever to reach out to a 1,000-foot radius of this digital billboard, I would want the Delhi neighborhood to know before this contract's approved that this digital marquee might come to their location. Is that something that can be done? Thank you, Catherine, for that response.
Yes, so we'll do that. I think that's more to the point that Councilmember Becerra was indicating. The whole item is to include community input, try to be as effective in including community input, location, before we get to the design. We do have a pretty good window, 18 months to complete, but we do have to be sure that we meet at least this December type of design, which we can do.
Okay, because I know I'll see a QR code at the 5 movies in the park that we have this summer, and then staff will check the box and say, oh, we did it, we went out in the community, but that's not sufficient for me. I need a guarantee, and if Councilman Becerra could accept this into his motion, that we will reach out, just like we would with part of our sunshine ordinance, to a 1,000-foot radius of each site that this is coming, and see what kind of other community meetings we could have as part of this, because again, this is a contract approval. By approving it tonight, it's happening. So that community engagement is now really a moot point. Now it's just to tell them, hey, it's coming, not to gather input, so how can we do that? Is that something we could do?
What, you're asking me, right?
I'm asking the acting city, or yes, if you would.
Well, so my
Hold
question.
on, sorry, Mr. City Manager, he's going to clarify.
So my question for you, though, is that, so you had a concern in your ward about it being at Delhi versus Madison Park, which is fine. My question for you, though, so for Ward 4, it's not a question of whether it should be at Thornton Park. It's a matter of maybe whether it should be moved over so many feet left, so many feet right. So my question, because I would be willing to accept your amendment to my motion, but what I want to get clarity on so that staff has clear direction is when we say 1,000 feet from something. So for instance, if you were to want to explore the sign being moved from Delhi to Madison Park, how do we put that into a motion?
I'm not asking to move it. I said, what I said is, I don't know what staff considered to identify the sites, because per the staff report, it said that you guys looked at traffic. But Standard and Edinger gets a lot more traffic than Delhi and than Warner and Holiday. That is just a reality.
It wasn't entirely traffic. That was definitely a factor, but also looking at the park use there, at that location, for example, where we'll have the Delhi will have the branch library opening up as well. So there are other factors of because we wanted to capture both the people going to the park and the traffic going by as well.
And the church is there, and I grew up going to that church, so I'm very familiar with the area. But I'm saying is that at Madison, and again, I'm not saying I want it at Madison Park. That's not, but I'm just trying to get the logic behind the location identifying these locations, because at Madison Park, if you were to put it in that corner, it faces, again, a gas station, a tire shop, a strip mall that's closed at night, so if it's on, it won't really bother anybody. Versus at Delhi Park, it's towering over people's homes, is the logic or the question. So I don't care where you put it, to be honest, but I want to make sure that that neighborhood knows that this is coming.
So if
And what they think of it. Maybe they don't want it. Maybe residents in Madison Park would say, hey, you
Two
know what?
other council members want to speak, and you.
So that is the,
Well, I would just say if I could kind of contour the motion maybe, or your amendment. So with notification within 1,000 feet of the proposed location.
yes.
So
I would accept that.
If the mayor wishes, I can pull the item so we can have additional discussions. We don't have to approve it today, and then we can have this kind of dialogue. Again, we can use the money for this as a considered effective use because of COVID, right? It raises some issues of communication, but if this is not the way we want to go, we can pull it. We can reassign the money elsewhere. We decide this is no longer the effective way to use,
Hold on, let him finish,
or we
please.
can come back in 30 days with a little bit more identification, a little more explanation, so that a staff report is more diligent and in communicating why it was sourced in this way and the other items not factored into the clerk's staff report.
Hold on one second. Madam City Attorney, and you were going to say something.
Yeah, so my concern is that it's a consent calendar item with a very specific action, and you're talking about policy issues, which, by the way, are very legitimate. I've asked the question, I'd love the opportunity to talk to staff to see if we actually complied with CEQA. Did we give CEQA notices? Did we do the type of review we needed to do? That because of the potential impacts on the environment, we're legally required to do that before we take a discretionary action. So I do think that this item, maybe we need to go back and talk with some of our
So,
departments.
Mr. City Attorney, Mr. City Manager, let's pull the item, please, and then we'll bring it back the next, and all the issues that our City Attorney brought up, the council brought up. Please, if there's anything you want to add, otherwise we're going to pull the item, and then we're looking at 30 to 45 days. Please.
Yes.
Great, thank
Mayor,
you.
if I could just say one quick thing, and that is, I support the digital marquee in Thornton Park, so I
Understood.
don't want to go in
So,
somewhere else.
Okay, we heard all that, but I wanted to say we're pulling it.
Yes.
Okay, let's move on now, please, thank you.
Mayor, next item is item number 20, requested by Councilmember Penaloza.
May I, Mayor?
Yeah, Mr. Councilman Pelosi.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and Acting City Manager Nunez. The item 20 is construction contract to Elecnor Belcourt Electric, Inc. Acting City Manager Nunez, I know I brought this up in our agenda review, and you said you would get answers. I didn't see them before tonight's meeting, but I know that French Court butts up against French Park, and especially along Washington Avenue. A lot of that French Park historic homes that are along Washington Avenue mainly. I want to know what kind of lighting these are. Nowhere did it identify the type of lighting. Unless I missed it, please point it out. But, and this is exactly what I did not want, which is this type of lighting, especially in that neighborhood. So is there a way that we could look at the lighting design along Washington Avenue, or closer to specifically the area that's closer to French Park?
We can certainly take a look at the design or the options for the light itself. However, these are 3 times the cost, and what staff tries to do is to match what we have in the general area. So if the decorative design is prevalent in that area, we would go with that. However, we would normally go with the standard street light that we have shared with you. This is what's proposed right now, but we can go back and take a look at what you like to see along Washington and see if that matches with what we have already existing.
Okay, I would be okay with that. I was just wanting to make sure that we're aware along Washington Boulevard specifically. I know at least at French Park and I forget what other street, the following one, not Bush, maybe Bush, but there is decorative lighting. They're not all decorative, some are, but not all of them. But I want to continue where we can installing the decorative lights if possible.
Oh, absolutely. We typically take a look at the entire area and we try to match the theme of the street itself. So if it's decorative and we are adding lights, we would use the decorative lights like Broadway, now South Main. So we do try to match what we have right now. But for this particular stretch on Bush Street, it's mostly the regular street lights that we have.
Now, do we have a replacement fund as part of this? Because I know that there's many on Main Street now that still need replacing, that have been ripped out.
We do have limited replacement funds, and I know what you're talking about on Main Street. We lost about 5 decorative lights, maybe more. It's a supply chain issue for that right now. So you would see that there used to be a light, now it's a concrete pedestal to prevent copper wire theft. So once we replenish our supply of decorative lights, those will come back.
Okay, thank you, Director Saba. I will make a motion to approve, and I will just say that I know that you had mentioned that you were going to be working with the City Attorney's Office to pursue funds from those vehicular accidents.
We do.
From the insurance companies. Perfect, thank you.
Please don't go anywhere, I have a question for you. So I've had, along with city staff, several meetings with Historic French Park, and your staff were in those meetings. So Rudy, I think you were in one of them as well. The lights that you have, I'm sorry, can I borrow this just for a second? The lights that you have here, those were not the lights that in the Washington area, especially Councilman Penaloza is talking about. They had requested, Rudy, if I'm not mistaken, the decorative, he's behind you, sorry. I'm only asking him because he was in the meeting. And so, Instructed City Manager, you were there as well. We've met with them several times. They're very adamant about the lights. They need to be bright. We talked about locking up, covering the area where copper is getting stolen. So that should be something that we should be doing in all of our new lights. Or even the lights we have, the existing lights, we should be going around putting proper covers over them so that we cannot have the copper stolen. But in the historic French Park area specifically, I've met with them along with acting city manager, yourself, and some of your other staff in the police department. Among the homeless and prostitution, it was the lighting. And so can you tell me a little bit about what type of lighting, as Councilman Penaloza brought it up, I was going to meet with you separately, but is it going to be the decorative lighting?
Thank you, Mayor, Council, for the question. So yes, as you mentioned, we have had a lot of outreach with the French Park and the French Court and the issues they raise with, the activity that happens, especially on 12th Street and Bush and those areas. This lighting project specifically was brought in to address some of those concerns. So this adds a lot of lights to the streets where the neighborhood specifically had asked for more lighting. The lighting that we're proposing is the standard marble lighting that you see in 90% of the city, not the decorative. Having said that though, and having heard both Councilmember Penaloza's and your request on this, what we can do as staff is work with our contractor, who in this case is Elecnor Belcourt, and seek a change order for specific street segments where that decorative historical nature is prevalent, and come back to council with that added cost. As Director Saba did indicate, those lights typically run 2-3 times as much. So this is what we recommended with the funds at hand, but we can come back with that information and at council's pleasure, consider those upgrades.
And that's fine. I think you made a motion to approve it, and there was a second, or I'll second it. But if you could just come back with the information about the decorative lights, especially the historic French Park and the French Park that we were talking about. We've met, like, again, they've come in many, many times. And if we could do it, great. If it's out of the ballpark for us, then we'll share that with them as well. But they're very concerned, and the police department has spent quite a bit of time down there for the prostitution. And Commander Andrade, I believe you were in those meetings as well, for the prostitution and the homelessness and them picking up the manholes and living in there. So we talked about securing the manholes as well. So thank you, whatever we can do. I appreciate it. I don't see any other comments. Oh, you have a comment.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. So, question for you guys. Does Historic French Park have a lighting assessment district?
The answer to the question is no. There are, to my knowledge, no lighting assessment districts in the city. Public Works is performing a streetlight master plan, which seeks to develop policies and guidelines to the type of streetlights that go in the particular neighborhoods that will come forth to the council when ready. The current lighting in both French Court and French Park is very limited and primarily consists of arms coming off of Edison wooden poles. So it's a very, let's say, not the city's preferred version of what a light pole in those areas would be.
And I appreciate that. When you guys return, I'd like a little bit of historical information on how French Park got the decorative lighting. I used to live right at 15th and Broadway, so I know that Edison would, whenever we needed lighting, let's say along Washington, they would just attach an arm to an existing pole. But obviously French Park, beautiful lights, and I'd like to see our neighborhoods enhanced, and so I would like to see consistent lighting, but I just want to understand how we got there so that we can understand what's the best path forward. So just as part of the information you bring back, I'd like to understand that better. Thank you, Mayor.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's prepare to vote, please. My machine is not working, so if you want to speak, please lift your mic again, and I apologize. Thank you, Nicole, very much. Appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
The vote is 6 ayes and 1 absence by Mayor Pro Tem Fan. Motion carries.
What's new?
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to say, you look like you're in trouble or something. Okay, item 23, I think it was pulled by Councilman Becerra.
No, it was me.
Oh, you, I apologize. Oh, yeah, you got it. Yeah, it's Councilman Penalosa. Okay, go ahead. I'm just kidding.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, Director Saba, you are in trouble. I'm just kidding. Item 23 is agreements with project partners, Interwest Consulting Group, EC&M Associates, DBA, GCAN Associates, Richard Fisher Associates, and Lada U Consulting Group for on-call engineering in the amount of $2.5 million, a 3-year contract from July 15, 2024 to July 2, 2027. I'm just gonna say right now, I'm not supportive of this item at the moment, Acting City Manager Nunez, and that is because of not only the amount, but where the amount is coming from, and also the provision for 1 2-year renewal option exercisable by the city manager or the city attorney. That is 2 years. That's gonna cost probably about the same by the time those 2 years come, or that time comes. And that is a lot of money to just allow the city attorney or the city manager to approve 3 years down the line. The issue I have with this agreement or item is in the staff report, it says that funds are available to pay for this $2.5 million from the graffiti abatement account, the street trees account, the residential street sweeping account, the Santa Ana Regional Transportation Center account. And I have an issue with that because in the last year alone, we've had conversations up here about our graffiti contract going up and the amount of money that it's costing us to remove graffiti, our street trees program, the trimming, getting reduced because of how expensive it's getting. We've also had conversations here about increasing the street sweeping fees because of the street sweeping time. And don't even get me started on the train station, of the mess that it's in, the high levels of crime, the theft, the numerous issues that we have, ceilings falling, and the amount of work that train station needs. So for me to now see before me a contract for 3 years to pay consultants $2.5 million, and we're taking money from each of these accounts that we've been fighting over for the last year, I just need clarity on this, Acting City Manager, because I don't want to see funds removed from our graffiti abatement program. I don't want to see them removed from our residential street sweeping program, our train station. So where, and then there's an item at the very end that says various other accounts. What accounts is that? I have no clue. So A, the option for staff to renew for 2 years, I don't like that. And B, the number of accounts that we're now taking money from that we fight over here for pennies every year in our budget.
Sure.
So can we get some clarity of why, where, how?
Sure.
I'm sorry, Councilman Penalosa, would you like that tonight, or would you like them to come back in the next meeting with a very, very clear, clear information and breakdown for us and itemized all
Yeah,
the
I'll make a
counts?
motion to continue for 30 days if you need this, to gather this information, or if the acting city manager wants to provide information now.
I'll
Thank
second
you.
your motion. We can do that. We can modify it then, and we'll bring it back and we'll pull it.
So I think Councilman Penalosa was very clear, because I wasn't gonna support the item, either what exactly he wants. And you're right, when you say various other accounts, what exactly does that mean?
And this is an issue because we're raising fees for street sweeping. We're cutting back on our tree trimming, and graffiti abatement, same thing. But now it's like, oh, money's available in these accounts. So which one is it? Do we need to raise fees for residents for street sweeping, or is money just sitting there that's going unused? So now we got to enter into these agreements.
Thank
Go
you
ahead.
for the question. This is an on-call engineering services. It is staff augmentation. If we have the need to bring in projects managers, engineering staff, if we need to include or needs for inspectors to come in and help us execute mostly our capital improvement programs, we would bring in these individuals to help our staff to complete these projects. It's staff augmentation. The reason we list all these accounts is because we want to have this flexibility to use the accounts to pay for the services when are needed. We most not likely not use the graffiti or the sanitation. Mostly what we use those services is through or for our construction, development, plan check, and permitting, and also design. Mainly that's what these consultants provide us with. The $2.5 million is over 5 years. We have the contract is for 3 years with 5 consultant engineers that can provide this staff augmentation, and we have an option to renew for 2 years, a maximum of $2.5 million. And it doesn't mean that we are using these accounts to pay, but these accounts are listed, so we work with our finance that we have the approval to use some of these accounts to pay for these services.
So thank you for that, Director Saba. That's the part I don't like, where now it's staff discretion to see where they're going to move the money from, especially when we're sitting up here having those conversations. So I guess if we could, I'd make that motion, the motion that I've made to continue the item, and when we bring this back, let us know how much money from each of these accounts you're considering taking, what that means, if that means something. I don't like the full menu available.
So let's do that.
Okay.
And Councilman Hernandez seconded, and you have a comment?
A question and comment. So
We're going to bring the item back.
that's fine, but so thank you, Director Salva, for your explanation. So I understand what you're saying. These are on call. You're not definitely going to spend this money. So in other words, this isn't money that's absolutely going out the door and you're looking for flexibility. But I do share the concerns of my colleagues in that when you just say other accounts. It leaves it ambiguous. These staff reports help us, at least for me, serve as a historical record so I can understand, well, why did we do this? Where is this money going to be coming from? When you leave it, I don't mind staff having some discretion, but I want to understand where the cookie crumbs are coming from. Do you see what I'm saying? And so when you just leave it ambiguous, it calls into question what's going on. So I would just ask for more information to come back. But what I'd also ask staff is 30 days enough? Do you need more time? And how sensitive is it to put these folks under contract?
We could do the second meeting in July, then.
And that works for,
Right. Well, it's like you're saying, it's within the accounts. The main objective is, one, to have them on call, and it's to allow for the flexibility. If there's concerns, we can reevaluate and have that better discussion and emphasize, one, where we're taking it, why we have to ask for the flexibility. And if we don't need to list some of the accounts, we don't list the accounts, right? If they're great concerns, that's one. Again, the whole point, like Councilmember Becerra said, is to allow Public Works the flexibility to use different accounts based on the needs, based on what's required to complete the capital improvement projects. That's it.
I mean, and just real quick, I understand the need for flexibility, but I just want the transparency with it. So in other words, if you do list the graffiti abatement account, I have a little problem with that, but I think that should be something that's open so that the council can deliberate on that, on whether that should even be an option. But we should see all options in the staff report.
Understood.
So thank you. I think we're very clear. Acting City Manager, what we want. I just want to say, Councilman Penalosa, you said it twice that we've raised the price, the cost of street sweeping. We have not done that. Is that correct, Nabil? I want to be correct, because we had this conversation. We did not raise the price of street sweeping.
No, we haven't changed it.
No, I thought that's what
However,
we talked about. I apologize. We've had the conversation. Okay. So I was like, wait a minute. We did not raise the cost of street sweeping. Okay. Thank you very much. Let's prepare to vote. I apologize. Thank you. Let's prepare to vote.
Motion by Councilmember Penaloza, seconded by Councilmember Hernandez, to continue item number 23 to the one meeting scheduled in July 16th. Councilmember Lopez.
I guess.
Vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries. Item continued to July 16th.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to end the consent calendar and go into the business calendar. Item number 27 is related to the first reading of an ordinance to comply with the Water Shutoff Protection Act. Mr. City Manager, may we have a report, please?
Yes, Executive Director of Finance and Management Services, Kat Downs, will do the presentation.
Thank you.
Hi there. Actually, we're going to have our Treasury and Customer Service Manager come up and do it. Her name is Alejandra Gutierrez. We call her Alex, and she is in the weeds on this. So she is very knowledgeable and has a quick presentation for you, and then we can answer your questions.
Thank you. Hello, Alex.
Hi there. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for considering our proposed ordinance to update the municipal code for compliance with state law. There's supposed to be a presentation along. Thank you. We're on slide number 2, background. To give a quick background, the city provides water services to more than 45,000 residential and commercial customers. There have not been any service shutoffs since March 2020 when the pandemic started. Our current municipal code is not compliant with state law. Public assistance slide, please. The city has and continues to participate in public assistance programs. These programs utilized either federal or state funds to provide relief for unpaid bills. However, funding for these public assistance programs have either expired or are set to expire soon. Next slide, please. Key changes to comply with state law. State and local moratoriums on water shutoffs have expired, and the city seeks to be compliant with state law and resuming water shutoffs due to non-payment. In addition to the water shutoff policy, the requested ordinance changes will define bill due date, clarify transfer of responsibility, and lay out the procedure for notifying delinquent residential accounts. Next slide, please. The recommended action for this evening is to introduce the ordinance with a schedule to adopt at your next city council meeting on June 4th. If the ordinance is adopted, it would go into effect in July 4th, and the city would begin delinquency noticing in August.
Thank you. Stay up in case we have some questions.
Absolutely. That concludes the presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation and your work. So I know that obviously I'm supportive. We should be compliant with state law, and I think some of the requirements in the policy that is being proposed are good. And so I just wanted to ask if you can confirm for me, we are going to notify residents if they have a delinquent account with the city, correct?
Absolutely, and in fact, the state law requires us to give them quite a bit of time and multiple communications. So this is actually going to make it much more friendly for the public or for the customers to have more time to come current with their bill before a shut-off.
Okay, thank you, perfect. And additionally, can you confirm if we're gonna also advertise on social media?
Yes, we can certainly do that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just brief comments. Thank you, staff, for the presentation. The Water Shutoff Protection Act is going to ensure that our residents have further protections, and it will make sure that we're in compliance with state law. Just want to offer my support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other. Let's prepare to vote. Is there a motion?
I'll motion, Mayor.
I'll second.
Perfect. Let's vote, please. Thank you. We're done. Thank you so much.
Motion by Councilmember Penaloza, seconded by Councilmember Hernandez to approve the first reading. Introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending the City of Santa Ana Municipal Code, Article 2, Chapter 16, Article 12 of Chapter 18, and Article 2 of Chapter 39 to comply with the Water Shutoff Protection Act. Vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Ordinance is introduced. Motion carries.
Okay, at this time, we're going to end the business calendar and go into the public hearing. Before public hearing, item number 28, Madam Clerk, please provide instructions to the public who'd like to make a comment on this public hearing item only.
And Mayor and City Council, there are no members of the public on Zoom currently.
There's no public comments here? Nobody here?
No, there's not, but you will still need to officially open and close the public hearing.
Okay, it's related to that's what I said, I'm opening it's related to the extension of the moratorium. I'm officially opening the meeting for public hearings at this time. Mr. City Manager, it's all yours.
Executive Director Planning and Building, Ty, would make the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. I'm going to hand the presentation off to Ms. Margarita Macedonia, but I just want to quickly introduce, I know you all know her. She's been with the city for over 17 years, but she is now our principal community planner heading the NIES Neighborhood Initiative Environmental Services section, which is a brand new section that we have as a result of the updated general plan with a focus on EJ issues as well as community issues. So I just want to quickly introduce her. You know her already, and she's always out in the community. Her and her team has been working very hard on this extension as well as the initial moratorium work and all the follow-up that she'll have to do. Margarita?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. So tonight we're presenting the Transit Zoning Code Moratorium Extension as a public hearing. To give a brief overview, what we are asking the City Council recommended action includes the adoption of an urgency ordinance moratorium extension for 10 months and 15 days by 4/5 vote pursuant to the California Government Code Section 65858A. And to give some context, the purpose is that staff need additional time and resources to comprehensively evaluate the industrial uses and also make a determination whether further permanent action would be necessary to generate recommendations to the Planning Commission and the City Council. Such action may entail a zoning map amendment, zoning text amendment, or both, which would address the industrial land uses in the Transit Zoning Code. For background, the City Council adopted on April 16th a 45-day Transit Zoning Code moratorium that is scheduled to expire on June 1st. The moratorium would have no further force and effect 45 days from the date unless the City Council extends the moratorium by 4/5 vote. On May 7th, the City Council issued and filed a 10-day written report to the public pursuant to Section 65858D of the California Government Code, and this was describing the city's measures to alleviate the conditions that led to the adoption of the moratorium. So an extension of the moratorium provides additional time and resources, as mentioned before, to implement this evaluation comprehensively of the industrial uses in the Transit Zoning Code, and the proposed extension is for 10 months and 15 days from June 1st. In terms of our next steps, we plan to continue to monitor, to document, and address violations that we are learning about from the local, regional, and state agencies' permits and licenses. We continue to analyze and implement a comprehensive evaluation of these industrial uses using the data collection, data reporting and tracking, research that we need to do on the regulations, looking at what kind of enforcement reports are available, and having interdepartmental discussions to fully understand the effects of the industrial uses in the Transit Zoning Code. We also continue to address the current and immediate threats to public health, public safety, and welfare, and this is due to growing code enforcement complaints that we've received, and they stem from, as we mentioned before, the irreconcilable land use conflicts in the code. If permanent code updates are required, those amendments would follow through the Planning Commission and the City Council public hearing processes. The proposed ordinance is not subject to the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, specifically guidelines sections 15060C2, because the activity will not result in a direct or reasonable foreseeable indirect physical change in the environment. Guideline section 150C3, because the activity is not a project as defined in section 15378 of the CEQA guidelines. And California Code of Regulations Title 14, Chapter 3, because it has no potential for resulting in a physical change to the environment directly or indirectly, and so it is not a project. The notice of exemption will be filed upon the adoption of this urgency ordinance extension, and there's no fiscal impact associated with this project. And we also I'd like to clarify that these guidelines are consistent with the public hearing notice that was issued regarding this action item. Daniel, okay. I'm trying to get to the last slide here, and it's moving. Okay, so we are here tonight for two recommended actions by the City Council. One is to adopt an ordinance extending the moratorium on the approval, commencement, establishment, relocation, or expansion of industrial uses in SD 84, the Transit Zoning Code, by 4/5 vote, pursuant to California Government Section Code 65858A, for an additional 10 months and 15 days. The second recommendation is to find, in accordance with CEQA, that the proposed action is not subject to the requirements of CEQA pursuant to Section 15060C2, because the activity will not result in a direct or reasonably foreseeable indirect physical change to the environment. and Section 15060C3 because the activity is not a project as defined in Section 15378 of the CEQA guidelines. That concludes the presentation.
Thank you very much. Council wants to ask questions, please put your mic up. I have a question. You repeated a couple times, and I appreciate it. You're asking for an extension for 10 months and 15 days from June 1st of 2024, which would take us into September of 2025. Is that correct?
It will take us to June 1st of 2025.
I'm sorry, I can't count for too much.
It's the initial 45 days plus the 10 months
Got
and
it.
15 days.
So, so throughout this 10 months, you're still going to be addressing the issues in the Logan Lacey neighborhood?
The goal of the request for the 10 months so that staff will continue to do our work in that neighborhood, gathering data, and then looking at what would be potential regulation that could be permanently put in place, and we would make that recommendation. Our goal, if we can, is to move it as fast as we can, but we want to take advantage of the full 10 months and 15 days that the government code allows us to request.
So I'm supportive of the item. I'm not sure I'm supportive of 10 months, only because on a regular basis, for example, the crematorium is having issues and the families that live there have problems with it.
Understood, Mayor. And as I said, our goal is to move it as fast as we can, but the government code allows us to ask for 10 months and 15 days, and we won't take up the full 10 months and 15 days based on what our goals are for the timing.
So you will not take the 10 months?
I don't believe we will. Yes. But
Okay, we're going to go back and watch this meeting. Because
Yes.
you're saying you're not going to take 10 months. Okay. Are there any questions by the council? Councilman Becerra.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to get a little bit of clarification. So with this action tonight, so as you return to us with some sort of regulations or ordinances, I want to make clear that not only do I want to see potential modifications to development standards for the existing land uses, but I also want to see consideration of outright prohibitions of certain land uses over there. I don't want to say which ones tonight because I want you to do your work and do your due diligence, but I have a couple in mind that should never have been there in the first place. And thank God that tonight we're going forward with hopefully cleaning up some of the uses that are having such a negative impact on the residents of Logan. So I hope that we're looking at both regulations on existing development standards on existing land uses, but also outright prohibitions of certain uses.
yes, we're looking at all options.
Great, thank you.
Councilman Vasquez?
Thank you so much. This is, thank you for bringing this up. It's been a long fight for the Logan neighborhood. Before fighting for a park, that they fought a street going through it, they were fighting the industrial area coming into their neighborhood. And I'm just happy to see it. We are, I just want to mention my class is studying Logan neighborhood, and they're studying Chepa, and hopefully they have their eyes on today the work that we're doing. We're going to create a piece of art for Chepa in this neighborhood, and hopefully you create a piece of work by giving them the necessary help to make that a neighborhood that's a clean environment, that supports families, that's healthy for everybody. I appreciate your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Penalosa?
Thank you, Mayor Mesco. I just wanted to thank you, Min and staff, and for your continued work on this, and obviously, Margarita, thank you for that presentation and the work that you've been doing to address this. I represent both Logan and Lacey in the city, here on the city council, and it's nice to see this continued effort and desire to improve the quality of life of those neighborhoods. And Councilman Becerra took the words right out of my mouth. Complete prohibition is what we're looking for. I don't want to see uses in these neighborhoods work backwards, and that's all I'll say. The neighborhood has great things and businesses, and for one reason or another, we start moving backwards, and that's what we shouldn't do, is try to help them move forward. and remain in the same fashion that they've existed the last couple of years, but continue to improve, always improving. So thank you for that. Fully supportive of this.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Congratulations, Margarita Macedonio, on your promotion. Well deserved. You've been a consummate champion for our residents in our city of Santa Ana. Just want to celebrate the great promotion here. Director Mintai, I'm fully supportive and I fully concur with my colleagues. I also support a complete prohibition. As a council member who formerly represented the Logan neighborhood, I had the honor of working with you hand in hand on addressing a lot of issues that the residents were concerned about, and this remains one of the top concerns. It's very difficult to raise a family when you have tow trucks, crematorium, and businesses occupying what once used to be your neighbor's house. It really changes the landscape of how we raise our kids. It affects our parks. And so I'm fully supportive of a prohibition. I want this neighborhood to be restored back to a community the way that all of our neighborhoods deserve. And just to share on the record as to why this impact is so significant, this is the oldest Mexican-American neighborhood in Santa Ana and one of the oldest barrios in all of Orange County. It originated as early as 1886. It was largely settled by 1900. And before the practice of zoning was enshrined by the Village of Euclid versus Ambler Realty Co. in 1926. So just to give some context to the residents as to how a neighborhood like Logan ended up so impacted, I want to celebrate the efforts of a planning department to correct those issues. So thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And I'll put a motion on the floor.
Can I get a second, please?
I'll second.
Thank you. Thank you, Min and all of your staff. I really appreciate it. Mr. Andrade, I see you in the audience. Thank you for being here. And Councilman Hernandez covered it a little bit, but I'm the oldest one up here, and I can tell I'm old. I don't know if I like to use that term. I'm the oldest one up here, but the most mature in age up here. I didn't work alongside his mother. My father worked alongside his mother. I'm gonna hit you with something. Yeah, I am. You can take that off later. But I just want to thank you for being here. And yes, my family has stood by your family for many, many years, with my grandmother and my father. So yeah, there's history, and we all know your history in Logan, those of us that have been around a long time. But I'm really happy that we're doing this now, and thank you, Ben, and all the staff and acting city manager. We've addressed some other issues in Logan, and now we're going to address this as well. And I too am not going to mention businesses up here, but I'm going to just say that it's about time. It's about time. And so I appreciate your phone calls. I appreciate your text messages, your emails. Please remind your neighbors and your family to not stop. And Min, I'm hoping that it will not take 10 months. So again, the history of Logan, we all know it, but many of us walked it and have been part of it, and our families have. And so thank you for being here always and supporting us as well. So thank you. Mr. City Manager, have anything you want to add?
Before you vote, I do want to underscore the significance of what this type of regulation, this legislation that we're proposing does, right? It is exactly saying that we're committing to make those commitments the previous city council has done, that we promised. So it's very decisive. Obviously, we're taking 40 to 10 months because the law allows us to do that. But make no mistake, Mintai and the Executive Director of Planning and Building, the whole agency is very committed to making sure we're very successful in that we look at the properties there, be comprehensive, be understanding, but at the same time, make the effective commitments we always said we were going to do. This is the first step.
Thank you very much, Mr. Acting City Manager. I really appreciate it. Okay, no further comments. I'm closing the public hearing. We may have a motion and a second at this time. Let's prepare to vote.
And just noting for the record, there were no public comments in person, via Zoom, or by email.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk.
This is a motion by Councilmember Hernandez, seconded by Councilmember Becerra, to adopt an uncodified urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Santa Ana extending a moratorium on the approval, commencement, establishment, relocation, or expansion of industrial uses within specific development number 84 zoning district for an additional 10 months and 15 days pursuant to Government Code Section 65858 and the associated CEQA determination. Vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries. Urgency ordinance is adopted.
Thank you very much, Madam City Clerk. Yes, congratulations. We're going to recess the city council meeting, this time convene to the Special Housing Authority meeting. I hereby call the Housing Authority meeting to order. Madam Secretary, please conduct a roll call.
Authority Member Becerra.
Here.
Authority Member Hernandez.
Present.
Authority Member Lopez. Here. Authority Member Penaloza.
Here.
Authority Member Vasquez.
Present.
Vice Chair Fan.
Here.
Chair Mesqua.
Present.
All 7 members present.
Madam Secretary, are there any additions or deletions to the Housing Authority agenda?
There are none.
Do any of the members need to announce their abstentions on any Housing Authority items?
I'll make a motion to move the calendar.
Thank you, sir. There's
I'll
a
second.
motion. Do we have any speakers for the housing agenda, Madam City Clerk?
We do not have any speakers, nor did we receive any emails related to the Housing Authority.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Any council members need to make comments? Seeing none, let's prepare to vote.
A motion by Authority Member Hernandez, seconded by Authority Member Penaloza to approve the consent calendar of the Housing Authority.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. At this time, we are going to...
Excuse me, Mayor,
Oh,
hold
I
on.
apologize. Go ahead.
Yes, my vote is yes.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
I'm sorry, I apologize about that. We're going to recess the Special Housing Authority meeting and convene to the City Council meeting at this time. Mr. City Manager, can we please hear your comments?
No comments.
No comments? All right, council members' announcements at this time. Councilmember Vasquez, please.
Thank you. I teach ethnic studies, and many people don't know what it is. But I do invite you to sincerely investigate what it is. Ethnic studies is about building community, building bridges, and not demonizing other races or religions, and accepting and caring for all. It really celebrates diversity, and that's just it. People are okay with tolerance and tolerate others, but many are not ready to let all people shine in their own celebration. Our first mural at Valley High School, simply themed "We Are Beautiful," was created by students. I used to teach Mexican American studies, and this was a final project. It pictured an indigenous woman with a baby, a day laborer, Frida, an Aztec dancer, a Vietnamese woman in traditional wear, and one of our very own students. I always tell our class, our art needs to resemble all of us, and we had a Vietnamese girl in the class. The images aren't doing anything. There are no words, only a background painted red. Still, people were offended. And my students asked me why. It's simple. The art piece is claiming the space and saying, we are here, we belong, we are Santa Ana. And some people are not ready for that. So if it's a painting or a children's march and we are no longer staying silent, people will be upset at our shine. And us celebrating our shine does not take anything away from theirs. As a community member, I organized a children's march. The first march was themed, "Immigration is Beautiful." We used monarch butterflies to symbolize that migration, that those butterflies need to travel from Canada to Michoacan, Mexico every year, is necessary and beautiful. We decorated butterflies on strings, butterflies on sticks, and children had butterflies' wings made for them to wear. They came along with their parents as it's a community event. The children created a song with their community teacher and made drums out of 5-gallon water jugs that they decorated. It was a beautiful sight. It was saying, we are here and we belong. Yet as we crossed the artist village and came across folks having brunch at a restaurant patio, I noticed the pearl clutching. It was a beautiful, colorful, and joyous march. And yet people were not ready for that self-love that us Santaneros have for ourselves. Migration is beautiful. We are beautiful, and I am not giving any apologies for being beautiful and teaching children to acknowledge their beauty. Good night.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes, I wanted to invite the public to the Pride Flag raising ceremony that the city is hosting tomorrow in front of City Hall at 4 p.m. I hope to see our community members there. We're really excited. And we're also hosting office hours this Saturday at Marbury Park at 10 a.m. And we're also really excited to share, and hopefully many members of our community come out to the soccer night this Saturday with the Orange County Soccer Club. They are the only official soccer club, and they've reached out, and we're working together to host a Santa Ana Community Night this Saturday, and they're also hosting a beer fest and a graduation fest. And today, tickets are $10, and so we really invite everybody to come out and show support for your city and for the work that the Orange County Soccer Club does in our city. And finally, I just want to congratulate Valerie Magdaleno, who I think about a year ago answered the call of applying to our opening that we had for a community representative. She's been working full-time for the office, and she's also been going to school full-time, and she graduates this week with her master's in public policy. And so congratulations, Valerie. Thank you for all the work that you do on behalf of our office, with our staff, and with our community members in Ward 3. And congratulations to all of the graduates, whether you're moving on to middle school, high school, you're getting your BA, your AA, your MA, your PhD. Please celebrate all the hard work that you did to get there.
Thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too want to invite our community out. Tomorrow we are going to be flying the Pride flag. It is an opportunity for us to celebrate inclusion. And I also want to celebrate the 64th Annual Public Works Week. Public Works Department had a tremendous event right in front of Santa Ana High School. It brought thousands of Santa Ana residents together. They were able to learn hands-on, what does Public Works do? They were able to see the world-class equipment that we have. And I will put our staff up against any major city in California, and I can assure you that our residents are getting top-of-the-line services from our Public Works Department, as evidenced by their event on Saturday. So just want to applaud you guys and thank you. You're a shining example of what Santa Ana is doing day in and day out to improve our city services. I also want to celebrate economic development in the downtown Santa Ana. My office recently had the honor of joining the Santa Ana Flea Market, which is a brand new flea market monthly in the downtown, right in front of 4th Street Market. It is put on by Patches and Pins, a local business who has a brick and mortar shop right in front of the 4th Street Market. This event will be taking place monthly and is bringing together local vendors as well as bringing some of our local businesses outside of their walls and bringing them onto the community sidewalks where they can diversify some of the things that they sell. It brought a lot of children and families together. A lot of good memories were being made in the downtown, and that's something that is important to us, is that downtown, is a vibrant place where people can enjoy, food and drinks, but it's also a place where families should be able to make memories. And so to that, I want to thank the Santa Ana Flea Market and Patches and Pins for the economic development this weekend. We look forward to seeing your guys' event monthly. Thank you for bringing families and business to our city.
Councilman Becerra, please.
Thank you, Mayor Mesquith. On Saturday, June 1st, I'll be hosting my monthly community office hours. Stay tuned for the location. Hawks made a mess of our usual location, but for good reason, because we're going to be seeing a brand new, improved Upton all-access park. So all kidding aside, thank you, Hawk. But yeah, stay tuned. We'll have another location announced soon. I want to ask tonight for the mayor and my colleagues to adjourn tonight's meeting in the memory of former Santa Ana police officer Don Blankenship, who passed away recently. Don served the residents of Santa Ana as a police officer from 1975 through 1999. He also served as the president of the Santa Ana Police Officers Association. He later became the chief of the Bureau of Investigation at the Orange County District Attorney's Office until his retirement in 2009. Don had a passion for honoring his fallen brothers and sisters, officers who died in the line of duty. Don became the California Peace Officers Memorial Foundation's second president and dedicated 20 years of service to the foundation. He was a devoted husband, father, grandfather, and loyal friend to all who knew him, and he will be missed. And also, as we approach Memorial Day, I would also like us to remember and honor the men and women who died while serving in the United States Armed Forces. It was their sacrifice that provides us with the opportunities that we are afforded in the United States that many other nations do not have. So please keep them in your thoughts and prayers as we enjoy the long weekend. So with that, have a good night.
Thank you. Councilman Penalosa.
Thank you, Mayor. On that note that Councilmember Becerra just mentioned, I'd like to invite the community out this Saturday at Memorial Park. We will be having the first inaugural, hopefully, Memorial Day commemoration this Saturday, May 25th at 2 p.m. Just west of the community center, right at the flagpole. We'll be having a small, intimate ceremony. Whoever wants to come, you're welcome to attend, to commemorate the fallen service members who have given that ultimate sacrifice serving our country. So please join us. We want to put more of the meaning back to Memorial Park. The park was, when it first was created, it was named after, in memory of our fallen members of the military. So please join us. We will be there, 2 p.m., small ceremony. Hope to see you there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd just like to say thank you, Public Works. I know I've said that a lot this past weekend, but we had a really great time at the Family Public Works community event. I know I got a cone hat. I got some pictures. I know some folks out there are upset they didn't get one, so we maybe need to have more of them at our events. They're super fun. I also want to just thank our library department as well as our work center for collaborating for the youth unconference. Councilmember Lopez and I were there, and it was really great to see all of their ideas on how to improve the city, how they get involved, and how they can work and get paid right here in the city of Santa Ana, good paying jobs for our young people to get experience and also build up their resumes going forward. I want to announce that we are bringing back, it's going to be an annual event as long as I'm here, our free legal clinic. It is going to be on June 8th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. We are collaborating with Public Law Center, Advancing Justice SoCal, as well as Community Legal Aid, the Vietnamese American Bar Association of SoCal, Suavecito, and Magnolia Science Academy to bring this to residents. We will have translators in Vietnamese and Spanish, so if you know anyone who just has questions or need help with immigration, housing, or family law, drop on by. If you know an employee who has a question about it, drop on by. We will not say no to anyone, and if we can't help you that day, we will give you a referral or other resources to go to. It's just a place for our community to come get some help, because I know when you have a legal issue, it can be really overwhelming if you don't know where to go. And with that, I will close out by saying happy birthday to my Chief of Staff, Lisbeth Rosales, whose birthday is coming up this weekend. And she has been fantastic as a Ward 1 resident, Chief of Staff, a former employee of the city, as well as a alumni of Los Amigos High School. So happy birthday.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Acting City Manager, for either next meeting or we can talk, I'm going to place on the agenda just to let you know in advance, and I'll meet with the city attorney regarding our Santa Ana police officers. How many officers are on schedule? How many are short? Because on any given day, we're running three different shifts, correct? Acting Chief, Chief Deputy Esparza?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And so on any given day, you're supposed to be 14 officers technically on duty. We're short 2 to 3 officers a shift, sometimes more, and which makes it difficult to have a day off. And I believe for the 2024 year, and in looking at things and reading it, we were supposed to have about 138 officers at any given time on patrol. And we don't have that because we have numerous officers out on IOD, injured on duty. And so I would just like to talk to you and either place it on the agenda for a presentation so that the public understands what that means. And what that means to me is that when we're short officers, it's hard to get, and we do a great job. Thank you, sir, for the response time. Officers do a phenomenal job, but it's hard for them to cover the whole city when they're short. So if there's 14 on and 3 are out, or 14 on and 2 are out, so they're overlapping, and I don't want to act like I know everything. I want the information given to either me here or us here publicly or in a meeting, because what that tells me is that when the community calls, they do get service, but we have a shortage of officers. And they're getting great service, but can we do a better job? And so Tustin PD, is doing a phenomenal job in recruiting. I'd also like to know, what are we doing for recruitment? Every once in a while we get an update, but I'd love to know, Deputy Esparza, what we are doing for recruitment. How many officers? I know there's a promotion process next week, promotion ceremony that we'll be going to, but that's for, I believe, sergeants or corporals or a commander. I'm not quite sure who's getting promoted.
Right.
And then my last comment is that if we could also look at the 960s to bring some of them back, 960s being that are retired, that can come back and work 960 hours for us. I'm not sure, is it calendar year or fiscal year, Chief Deputy?
It's 960 per the year.
Per the year.
Essentially a part-time job.
Okay.
Fiscal year.
It's fiscal year, that's what I wanted, fiscal. So there's other agencies that are doing that, so why create the wheel, right? We could just look at what other agencies are doing, and they call it the 960s. And so we have to do something for the 39 or 40, I don't know what the number is today. Sir, do you know what the number is today?
As of today, ma'am, the number is 45.
We're short 45 officers.
We had 5 recent retirements within the last 10 days.
Thank you, sir. That makes that, yeah. So we're short 45 officers instead of, we went from 38 to 40, now we're at 45. So eventually we're gonna hit 50 and yeah, we can't do that, not in our city our size. And the 960s would help us with overtime. I know some council members up here talk about the overtime use. That would help us not use so much overtime and only use it when we really need to. And I want to make sure our officers that are working, they can have those days off. They need it for their mental health, they need it for their families. And so either we could discuss putting it on as an item and you give a presentation, or the chief does. But it's really important that our community understands. Today, we are short 45 officers. A month ago was 38, then it was 39, and now we're at 45. So next month we're gonna be, I don't know, maybe 50. So I wanna let you know now that I'm gonna ask for it to be a presentation. You don't need to do it in June, I'd like it in July, because I know June sounds pretty busy for us.
We're gonna be busy in June, yes.
First weekend and first meeting in July, I would like that, and I'll meet with you and our city attorney to.
Second meeting in July.
So, no, I want a first meeting in
Was it
July.
July?
Oh.
Right.
Oh, we only have one meeting in July.
Yes.
Yes, when you adopted your calendar, you canceled the
I
July
know.
2nd meeting, so the meeting is on July 16th.
All right, good.
All
Okay,
right.
well, second meeting in July, because this is really important, right?
Yes,
Because
understood.
we're now at 45 officers that we're short.
Understood.
So with Tustin giving them a great raise this week and a $40,000 hiring bonus and bringing their 960, Tustin's right across the way. Right across the way. Some of our officers are gonna be like, hey, I'm going over there. And I don't wanna lose them. We've got great officers. So I'd like to keep the ones that we have. So if we can do that, please, a presentation, and I want the accurate numbers. I wanna see what was the 2024 that this council or we passed, or what you have with the police department, and what are we really working at? I'm
Understood.
sorry, Councilman, you wanna say something, sir?
Right.
We need to know for the community. And I know sometimes people up here say, well, blah, 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 and we're talking about the budget and let's take money from police. But I want to paint a picture for you. I want to paint a picture. And I know people are watching at home. The picture. Here's your picture. Santa Ana is the 3rd largest city in Orange County, where the county seats. We have over 310,000 people that live here. And we're short 45 officers today. If a big incident occurs in our city, sir, answer my question, would we be calling for mutual aid?
Ma'am, it would depend on the incident.
So big crisis, big deal, would we be calling for mutual aid?
It's possible.
Yes, it is possible. And I'll guarantee dollars to donuts that we will be calling for mutual aid. We will be. And again, we have great officers, but they should be able to take time off. And, we can't be running short. And I know that some people will probably post that, oh my gosh, she's a big supporter. I'm a supporter for fire too. If we're short on fire, I'm gonna go to the county and say, hello, we need more firemen, more firewomen, more fire, because Santa Ana needs them. I want them to come. But today, we're short 45 officers. That one, I'm gonna lose some sleep over tonight. So, I know that the community will email me after this meeting, and some will be like, you're a police supporter. Yes, I am, because when I call 911, I want them to come. And I want you to know that I personally had to call, and thank you to the fire department, I personally had to call the fire department to my home. And I will tell you that the service was remarkable. It was amazing. They were professional. They stayed at the hospital. They made insured, and it's how they stayed like, oh, it's special, anybody special. Just they made sure that everybody was okay. And so, DC Henry, are you still here, sir? Thank you so much. And thank you, please thank fire staff. Thank you for everything. They were quick, and our police are quick as well. But if next month we're at 50, and we're missing 50 officers, we're not gonna be as quick. And then people are gonna start to even complain more, right? Because, oh, they don't respond. They don't respond because of fireworks. They don't respond because of this. No, they're not responding because we don't have enough. We don't have enough. I'll leave it alone. Next thing I have is my neighborhood association meetings, the 28th of this month. And acting city manager, since I've been sitting here, there is a mural in Logan, right there next to La Chiquita. And a veteran named Tom Chaires. I've been asking for that name to be replaced. So the name is missing underneath this picture. And so I know Councilman Hernandez asked as well, one day we were both here, but they're family friends, and every time I see them, where's my name? Where's my dad's name? Where's my dad's name? It can't take that long, Mr. City Manager, it just can't. And what I was told was that they have to get permission from the artist, and nobody can find the artist. I'll go write the name in. Ben, you got students who can, I don't understand this. You don't need to answer me. I just want you to know it's kind of like the frustration of, I've been sitting here a year and a half.
Okay.
I want that name on the mural.
45 days, but okay, we're working it.
He's a veteran. He served our country.
Right.
Jonathan, go paint the name on there, please. Councilor Hernandez, please.
Yeah, Madam Mayor is absolutely right. She and I both met with Christine Ridge. I provided the artist's information to our former city manager almost a year ago.
I was told we don't know who it is.
Yeah, Carlos Aguilar.
Oh, it's Carlos.
Yeah.
Well, okay. You want me to find him for you? I will.
Yes.
We can find him for you. So please put that name up. And then I'm going to close with, as Councilman Becerra said, it is Memorial Day weekend, and thank you, Councilman Penalosa, for having an event. I have a lot of family that has served in the military, and my stepfather died, passed away because of his service in the military after serving in Afghanistan. He became very ill, and he passed. And so I have a lot of family that has served and passed because of their military service and friends. And so thank you to the men and women that have served this country. Memorial Weekend is a very special weekend, and we shouldn't take it for granted as, well, you just get a long weekend. We're celebrating our freedom. We have freedom because people died for us. That flag waves, Sue was right, that flag waves because they fought for us. And we have freedom for that. And that is why I proudly stand for that flag, and I always will. And so with that, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Recording stopped.